Let the house please be in order. Stand as we are led in prayer this morning. Gentleman from Smith, Representative Tullis, will introduce our guest minister. Please remain standing after the prayer for the pledge. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor this morning of introducing a very good friend of mine, Brother David Hayes. Brother David has been my pastor at Union Baptist Church south of Raleigh for the last 19 years. And so I'll make welcome Brother David Hayes.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just come before your throne, first of all saying thank you for the very breath in our lungs that allow us to be here today. And Lord, I thank you that you sovereignly have placed each individual here today to represent our great state of Mississippi. And Lord, I pray that you would bless each member of the legislature here today, that you would give them wisdom and knowledge, Lord, to create bills and vote on bills that would benefit this state and the people in it. Lord, we thank you. Lord, we love you, and we pray that everything that we do brings honor and glory unto you. That is our purpose, that is our goal, and so, Lord, I pray that's what we would do. Lord, we pray that you would be honored here today. And we ask all these things in the beautiful name, but the most powerful name, and that's the name of Jesus. Amen.
Join me in the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Rankin, Representative Howell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this esteemed body, today we have in both galleries, on behalf of myself, Representative Ford and Representative Harness, all the way from the great city of Vicksburg, the red carpet city of the South. We have the founder of the Mega Angela Foundation. Miss Angela Scott is in the South Gallery. Will you please stand, Miss Scott? She brought with her some youth behind her and some seniors on this side. And one of those ladies back there is waving profusely, is my neighbor. So let's please make them welcome.
Welcome to you all. It's good to have you here today. All right, I don't see any further introductions. We will go to the calendar. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We on the motion to reconsider calendar. As we go to item number 3, House Bill 1087, move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Mr. Speaker, go to item number 4, House Bill 1655, move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 7.
I'm sorry, hold on. I thought you were asking to speak in response to the... Okay, I don't see anyone seeking recognition in response to the gentleman's motion to table on item 4. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, Mr. Chairman? Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 4, House Bill 1655, move to... that's the wrong one. Sorry. It's item number 7, House Bill 342, move to table.
Lady's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the lady's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, lady?
Yes. Item 11, House Bill 1607, move to table.
Lady moves to table. Those opposed? Don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the lady's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anyone else on the motion to reconsider? Gentleman from Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that we reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1163 passed.
That's item 10 on the motion to reconsider calendar.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you, sir. After discussion with the gentleman from Washington, he wants to offer an amendment, please.
Bill's back before the House, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized for an amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, at the clerk to read the amendment, please.
Madam Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment 1 to House Bill 1163 by Representative Bailey. Amend by striking lines 58 through 64. Further amend on line 46 by striking A. Amend title to conform.
Okay, simply that, just strike the fees that would have been charged to the student. It just eliminate those fees. That's all it is. And God knows I wouldn't do anything to harm this bill. That was for our protection of our students. So I hope you will support the amendment. If no question, I move the adoption of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move for final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. Universities yield.
Anything else on the motion to reconsider calendar? Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 6, House Bill 1548 on the motion to reconsider calendar. I'd like to reconsider the vote by which it passed for an amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which this bill passed, 1548. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's back before the House. Gentlemen, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would simply add language to allow local school boards to accept donations of AEDs. Again, it's just allowing them to accept those donations should a group or organization try to make them. That's a simple explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any.
All right, move final passage.
Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 120 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Chairman of Banking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to item 12 on the motion to reconsider calendar and make a motion to reconsider the vote for purposes of an amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote on House Bill 1214. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you. So what we're going to do with this amendment, we're just going to add a reverse repealer to this bill so we can make a couple of changes on the people we are going to appoint to this study committee. So that's the purpose of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
That's all. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. You're recognized, gentleman from Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, number 5 on the motion to reconsider calendar, I move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 974 passed.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote on House Bill 974. If you, lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, for what purpose?
A statement. I just can't, nobody's talking in the mic, and we haven't heard the amendment from the prior one. If somebody could just speak into the mic.
Lady wants you to speak into the mic, gentlemen. The prior amendment was simply a reverse repealer with the gentleman from Lee. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
The gentleman from Lowndes will present the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment that
Hold on, gentlemen. Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote for purposes of an amendment. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us. Gentlemen, you're recognized now for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment only adds a piece of property within my district. This amendment comes from MDA, and they're asking to sell this piece of property that was damaged in the 2019 tornado in Lowndes County below fair market value. It's a dilapidated piece of property, an eyesore in the community, and they're asking permission to sell it. That's all the amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anyone else seeking recognition on motion to reconsider calendar? Rules calendar, he passes. Appropriations calendar. Chairman of Appropriations, gentleman from Jackson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the appropriations calendar. And I want to bring up item number 1 would be House Bill 1830. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Met to explain the bill. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1830 is our conference deficit bill. The total funds that are in this bill are $17,544,874. There are no general funds. There are $8,324,874 in capital expense and $9,220,000 in special funds. Section 1 is $320,000 in special funds to the Board of Dental Examiners for moving expenses, increased facility inspections, and upgrading the licensing and enforcement case management system. Section 2 is $1,575,864 in capital expense funds to MEMA, and this is to reimburse the Disaster Trust Fund for expenses relating to the wildfire coordination mission that happened last year. Section 3 is $5 million in special funds to MDA for the Forestry Facility Grant Program. These funds were reauthorized and transferred in House Bill 1704 during last year's regular section. Section 4 is $3,977,000 in capital expense funds to the Secretary of State. This is to upgrade the STAR system, which is used for the business reporting, campaign finance portal, and also the lobbying portal. Section 5 is $3,900,000 in special fund authority to the Mississippi Wireless Communications Commission to provide spending authority for funds provided originally in House Bill 603 during last year's regular session. Section 6 is $2,772,010 in capital expense funds to the Department of Health, and this is for legal expenses that were incurred related to the Jackson water litigation. This bill is going to be from and after passage, and that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage.
She
Mr.
moves
Speaker.
final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Blackwell. For what purpose?
For recognition, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. In the South Gallery, today we have two groups, the Executive Director and staff of the Mississippi Coalition Against Domestic Violence, as well as the Executive Directors of Mississippi's 11 certified domestic violence shelter programs. Let's make them welcome, please.
Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here today. Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 2. And I'm going to recognize the gentleman from the Neshoba, chairman of Appropriations Committee B, and he'll explain the next bills.
You want to call the bill up, gentlemen, and you're going to let him do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go to today's appropriations calendar, call up items 2 through 18 in block, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls up items 2 through 18. Is there objection to this?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hearing none, the gentleman calls the bills up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bills.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. In that block, I'd like to set aside item number 17, House Bill 1791, and we'll come back to it.
All right, give Madam Clerk a minute. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, you can see on your calendar and on the board the different agencies in this block. All of these bills are coming to you at House First Action, which is going to come in at FY25 LBR base level, plus their health insurance, and they all have a reverse repealer. So this is House First Action. And if there are no questions or requests to set one aside, I'd move final passage of the block.
Questions on any of these bills? Giving you a second to look at them. All right, I don't see any questions, gentlemen. You move final passage?
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 17, House Bill 1791. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman, clerk informs me that last vote did not pick up items 15, 16, and 18. So you want to deal with this item, then we'll come back to those three. What did
Yes,
you
we can.
Did you
Yeah.
call up item 17 now?
Yeah, I called up item 17 now.
All right. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, item number 17, House Bill 79, is the appropriation for wildlife, fisheries, and parks. This bill comes in also at FY25 LBR base, plus the health insurance costs, and it has a reverse repealer. The only difference from what these other bills had, we are giving in the legislation in this first action, we're giving $8.1 million of special fund authority, spending authority to the department for funds that will be received through the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund for fiscal year 25, and that's the only difference in that bill that we're doing.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Okay.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes.
Okay,
Next
Mr.
item,
Speaker,
Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to go back to items number 15, 16, and 18, House Bill 1789, 1790, 1792, and call them up in block and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls those three bills up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, if you'll give Madam Clerk just a chance to load these in. All right, gentlemen. You did obtain a vote on those in the first vote. They just didn't show up on the board. So Madam Clerk says we're good on those.
Good to go? Okay. All right, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lafayette, Chairman DeWeese, for the next set of bills.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to items on the appropriations calendar, items 19 through 36. And with consent, I'd like to call those up in a block.
All right. I'll give the members a chance to look through those and see if anyone wishes to have any of these bills set aside and not in the block.
Mr. Speaker, out of that block, if we could hold out item number 22, House Bill 1796, and item 25, House Bill 1799. All
right, I've got those two marked. that get yours, gentleman from Warren? He is setting aside items 22 and 25. If you just seek recognition, lady, we can't hear you.
Garrett, I'd like to have the Nursing Home Administrators Board set aside, item 27.
That's
27.
28.
That's 28, lady.
No, I want the Nursing Home Administrators Board.
That's item 28.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's wrong on my packet, I'm sorry. 28.
Maybe mine's wrong. I don't know. It's just showing 28 on. It's 28.
It's 27.
All right. So we've got 3 set aside: 22, 25, and 28.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like the other block that we voted on, all these come in at base level funding with the increase for insurance. They all have reverse repealers. That's an explanation.
Questions on any of these bills? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item 22, House Bill 1796. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is the Health Department's bill. This is the same thing, base level funding, increase for insurance. We have also given them spending authority for $120 million special fund for the rural water program for our locals. And that's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go to item 25, House Bill 1799. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Same here, base level funding, increase for insurance. We also are allowing moving for spending authority for $3 million in special funds for the LOSAP program, Length of Service Award Plan program that was passed last year for the Department of Insurance. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, let's go to item 28, House Bill 1802. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Same here, base level funding, increase in insurance. All have reverse repealers. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill?
Move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
I yield to the gentleman from Pike, Chairman Mims.
Gentleman from Pike is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to go to item number 37, 37 through 47, and take them up in this block. I do need to pull out House Bill item number 42, House Bill 1816 for an amendment, but I would like to take the other ones out in block. They are like the other ones as well. They are at the LBR base, have a reverse repealer, and also have the health insurance in them as well. And that is the explanation of that block, Mr. Speaker.
Does anyone wish to have any of those items set aside? Great. Questions on any of these bills? Don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 42, House Bill 1816. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is House Bill 1816. This is the Bureau of Building Reappropriations. We are simply providing a reappropriation of funds provided to the Bureau of Buildings, Grounds, and Real Property Management that was provided in previous sessions. There's no new money. This is just for projects that we passed in prior sessions. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment.
You're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to amend on line 262 by deleting the words special funds and inserting in lieu thereof the words capital expense funds. Just a technical amendment, Mr. Speaker, and that is the explanation.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 1816. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Chairman of Appropriations E?
Chairman of Appropriations E. Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to House Bill, item number 48, House Bill 1822. This too comes in at level funding as a recommendation of LBR with the addition, with the exception of adjustments for health insurance premiums, and this bill also has a reverse repealer in it. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker. If there are not any questions, I move final passage.
You call the bill up, gentlemen, make the usual
call
motion.
it up, make the usual motion. Yes, sir.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any further explanation on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to the next item, item 49 on the calendar, House Bill 1823. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Octibah, Chairman of Education, to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Octibah is recognized to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the K through 12 budget. I could not be more proud to stand up here. This is our Inspire Act. This is the entire budget. The big number for the entire budget is $5,227,583,730. The amount that's over and above what we gave K through 12 last year is $247,400,823. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the largest amount of money we've ever given to K through 12. So this is something we should be mighty proud of. That's my explanation of this budget. And I'd answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this have a reverse repeal in it?
No,
as
sir, it
well?
doesn't.
It does not?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification. 200 million above MAP or 200 million above total K-12?
$247,400,823 above what we did last year.
For total K-12 or MAP?
Yes, sir. A lot of money.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Let me clarify something. The amount above last year is $229,068,276. I apologize.
Are we actually, is that a good question?
Yes, sir.
He passes. All right, I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item number 50, House Bill 1824. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes in at level funding as a recommendation from LBR with the exception of adjustments for health insurance, and this bill also has a reverse repealer in it, and that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
And I apologize. I think it's my hearing, but
Am I not speaking loud enough?
probably not.
Okay.
But anyway, did I hear you say that we pay for their health care?
Health insurance adjustments have been made in all agency budgets.
So this is a state agency now?
They're a special fund agency and receive general funds.
So have they really? So I'm really curious why we don't do anything for WLBT and WAPT and...
Lady, I could not agree more with you.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions.
Final passage, Mr.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 28 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 51, House Bill 1825. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us from LBR with just level funding, with the exception, again, for the adjustments in health insurance premiums. And this bill also has a reverse repealer in it. And if there are no questions, I move final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 52, House Bill number 1826. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is first House action on Mississippi Department of Transportation's budget. It does have additional special funds above LBR recommendations of $705,240 for additional health insurance premiums or escalation in the health insurance premiums, and Special fund appropriations also in the amount of $101 million. This is for additional infrastructure expenses across the state. And this bill also has a reverse repealer in it, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Appropriation E yields the floor.
Anything further? Gentleman from Jackson.
We just concluded all appropriation bills for all House-originated bills. They'll be going to Senate. We'll be anticipating those coming from the Senate. We'll work on them as diligent, as quick as we can, and we'll be seeing you soon. And as he said earlier, appropriation yields the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman of Ways and Means. Chairman, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we'd go to the Ways and Means calendar. Item 1, that's House Bill 1091. I'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on item 1 is to recommit. I see no one wishing to speak to that. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Next, we move to item 2, House Bill 1623. I believe that bill has already been read the third time, so we would call it up.
You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
House Bill 1623 is simply similar to what we passed yesterday and a couple other bills. This is the code sections dealing with our sales tax incentive program. There are some economic development projects that are interested in this as the session goes on, and so we're trying to keep these code sections alive to look at making some tweaks as necessary, and that's what it is. I met with them recently. They're not ready yet, and so I told them we would try to keep this alive to continue to look at it, and that's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 3, House Bill 659. I would move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit on item 3, House Bill 659. All right, if you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
And item 4, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to be able to come back to this at the right time. There is an amendment the council is working on. It's not quite ready, but that's the only remaining item on the Ways and Means calendar.
All right. We will follow that procedure. Is there any chairman wish to take up an item on the laid on the table subject to call calendar? I see no one seeking recognition. All right, we will break for an early lunch, and we will come back at 1. Does anyone have any announcements before I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Mr. Speaker, can I go back to the motion to reconsider calendar?
Yes, sir.
Items number 1. Well, I'll do it one at a time. Item number 1, Mr. Speaker, I'd move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table on item 1 on the motion to reconsider calendar. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
And item number 8, move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table on item 8, House Bill 1074. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I'll recognize the gentleman from Rankin's motion.
I'll stand in recess until 1 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess till 1 p.m. If you favor that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stands in recess till 1 p.m.
We will do page pictures right now. Page pictures right now.
Page pictures right now. All right, I believe we're down to the general calendar. Judd B., would you take up their first item?
Mr. Speaker, if I could push that first item to the heel of the calendar.
You got it. Drug policy. Chairman of Drug Policy, Ms. Wilkes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I call up House Bill 728 and make the usual motions.
Lady, you're before the House. You've had it read the third time, so we're good to go.
Okay. I yield to the lady from Lincoln to present the bill.
Lady from Lincoln is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 728 is about our 340B drug discount program. It's a federal program that was started in 1992, and it was designed to help qualified safety net providers to care for low-income or underinsured or uninsured patients. Just a little bit about the program so you'll know. This is the entities that are covered are hospitals, rural health centers, children's hospitals, cancer hospitals, dish hospitals, and this is for medications that are very expensive. This program can provide outpatient medications for patients, expand health care services to patients and communities they serve. Most hospitals and clinics have contractual agreements with local pharmacists, so when you leave the hospital and you're on HIV medicine or you're on hepatitis B medicine, if you're on cancer drugs and you leave the hospital, if they do not contract with local pharmacists, then you're not able to get that medicine, or you may have to drive 100 miles to a pharmacist that you're able to get that from. So what we're trying to do here, and 22 other states have done this, is to protect the 340B program. Recently, health insurers, PBMs, and drug manufacturers have undermined the integrity of the 340B rural provider program. This legislation would protect the program by prohibiting insurers, PBMs, and drug manufacturers from discriminating against 340B covered entities by holding PBMs and drug manufacturers accountable for treating covered entities with regard to reimbursement of fees, patient choice of pharmacies, and participating in standard and preferred networks. So what this bill does is it just keeps the sticky fingers of PBM and Big Pharma from not letting uninsured or underinsured or poor people from getting this medicine. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes, sir.
Lady, you described the 340B program as a program to protect the providers. Well, you did describe 340B as a program that's set up to discount high-cost drugs like cancer drugs, HIV drugs that
Correct.
people really can't afford.
Correct.
And the way they discount them is they provide the actual drugs to a provider, say a pharmacy or a hospital. They do it not for the pharmacy or the hospital, they do it on behalf of the patient. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So there are people in areas, and especially in a state like the state of Mississippi, where we're real poor and people can't afford the drug. This program is one that the federal government set up to allow pharmaceutical companies that would ordinarily charge $1,000 for a treatment, that you can get them for sometimes 90% off. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And so are you familiar with the abuse of this program that is continued to exist?
I understand that there has been. I understand that there's been from all entities some abuse. And I understand that Big Pharma and PBMs would love to get their hands on more of the money that in 1992, when PBMs probably were a faint thought in somebody's mind, I understand that the abuse has become greater, and I do understand that our hospitals really have to have this 340B program.
Lady, when you keep saying Big Pharma, but actually the pharmaceutical companies are the companies that are actually who manufacture the drugs and donate them at a lower cost. There's nothing for them to take advantage of. They're the ones who are providing the pharmaceuticals at a discounted rate. Isn't that correct?
That's true.
And so, would you agree that the best way to ensure that the people who should be getting the drug is to make sure that the providers that are getting it at a low price are not turning around and selling it and making an incredible profit at a higher price? You know that does happen.
I'm not aware of any, but you may.
Well, there is I sent you. Are you a member of ALEC?
I'm the actual chair for Mississippi for ALEC.
Oh my goodness, I never imagined you and I would be quoting from the same organization.
I would have never thought I would be for the poor and you be for ALEC. And
yeah, well, no, I never knew ALEC was for the poor, but ALEC is for the poor on this issue. And ALEC has done a study, and they have identified that there have been abuses in the 340B program by providers who should be making sure that the patients get the discounted medicine. But what they're doing is, you know, we talk about this all the time. Big hospitals, big hospital conglomerates, whether it be Methodist, Baptist, whatever it may be. So they buy up small hospitals, small clinics. These clinics are really the 340B recipients. And so they can get the drugs at a discounted price. But the large organizations, whether it be Walgreens or CVS, who also buy up small pharmacies who are 340B recipients, they are buying it at a discounted rate and turn around and selling it at the inflated rate that they would ordinarily charge a private insurer. And that's not my information. That is ALEC's information. Would you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with you, but I do know that they're audited every year. So whoever is doing that may get their contract for the 340B program rescinded. I just am telling you, the federal government audits this every year.
Well, if the federal government audits every year, why do we need a law to protect the people who are abusing the program? Because that's what your law does.
Well, my law is saying that PBMs, which was not in existence when this program started, we're trying to keep them from coming in and doing exactly what you say. Well, gentlemen, there's no doubt a PBM wants to sell it for the highest amount possible. Well, and that's what we're trying to prevent.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, what your law does is protect the BPMs. It says that no federal law in a state can come in a state and discriminate. When they say discriminate, they're saying I don't know why they use the word discriminate, but in 728, what it says is they can't tell a pharmaceutical company of any size, of any nature, who and where they can sell 340B drugs. That's what 728 does, doesn't it?
Well, it protects the contract pharmacy in local areas where the patient lives and they're able to get the medicines.
Right. Well, what they're protecting are the Walgreens and the CVS, because now the contract pharmacies are owned by the large pharmacy chains and corporations here in the state. Most of the contract pharmacies, the money coming from the contract pharmacies, 37% of them are out of state. They are not owned by anybody in the state of Mississippi. Are you aware of that?
Well, I know that my 340B pharmacy is a local pharmacist that owns his own business.
And that's who we want to protect.
That's correct.
Right. But the federal statute, 256B, the federal statute that 340B comes out of, 256B protects that. They don't need this law. They protect them. In fact, they protect them to the extent that they don't want to see people who are getting life-saving drugs charged extra money. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that your law is protecting the larger corporations who are coming in to take advantage of this program and sell discounted drugs at a higher price? That's not what we want to do, is it?
I disagree with you on the outcome of this bill. I believe this bill is protecting the 340B program when you have a hepatitis B medicine that cost a patient, would, without this, cost a patient $7,000 a month. But with this program, they can get it for 90% off. So I'm not understanding who you're trying to protect.
I'm trying to protect the 340B recipients, the actual people who are receiving the drug. The same people Alex says the lax eligibility requirements surrounding the program have enabled members of the supply chain to take advantage of the discounts without reducing prices at the pharmacy counter. That's what I'm trying to protect. I'm trying to stop you from giving cover to people who are buying discounted drugs and selling them at a higher price at the pharmacy counter. That's all I'm trying to do, and I don't think that's what you want to see done.
No, sir, but if they do that, they'll be audited, and then they'll lose their contract with the 340B program altogether.
So if that's the case, why do we need 728? If they can be audited, why are we putting something in place to make sure that people who are taking advantage of the program can no longer take advantage of the program?
That's not what this bill does.
I may have some questions later. There may be some other people. Thank
okay.
you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Lady, if you yield, please.
Yes, sir.
I think the gentleman from Adams on my row here has asked most of the questions I was going to ask, but I'm also concerned about the recipients, the ultimate patients, and the discounts that they may receive or not receive. And I just don't like big pharmacy offering this, and then we see the big pharmaceutical companies here, like let's say I'm gonna pick on Kroger's and Walmart and Walgreens, whoever else, and not using that as a disadvantage to our small pharmaceutical companies. I just never thought I would agree with Alec, but you realize Alec has taken a position that a lot of these letters are on our desk.
I do. I was also there when Alec took the position of liking managed care, and I fought him on that too. So they're not right about everything.
Well, I may have to disagree with you on this one. I may have to agree with Alec and vote against this. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome to join. I have applications if you'd like to.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the lady here,
Yes, sir.
you're the expert on healthcare, one of the experts in here on healthcare. And I just want some clarification now. This 340B, is this a Medicaid program?
No, sir, it's you can have Medicare, and you can be uninsured, you can be insured, but as you know, there's co-pays on a lot of medicines that people are not able to pay. And so...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
And the 340, I guess that's in reference to a federal statute, 340.
I'm sorry.
340, I think that's in reference to a federal statute, 340.
That's correct.
And I guess my concern is we are making an attempt to try to regulate federal statute and a federal program.
What we're doing, and we let 22 other states do this, and it seems to be working in other states.
Okay. And the 22 other states, is independent litigation in those states surrounding this?
No, sir.
Have you heard there possibly be some constitutional issues that may
I have not, but you know, most likely there's a lot, and be surprised.
And I guess it was just kind of odd to me is that a lot of times this first legislation since I've been here where we're directly going in on a federal program that's not Medicaid, and we're enacting legislation to try to regulate a federal program. And I'm just wondering, is there any concern about possible conflict between federal and state statute?
Well, like I said, we let 22 other states do it first, and they seem to be doing okay with it, and we're going to give it a whirl.
And I guess my last question is, what exactly? You wasn't here before Billy Bowles, but he used to say, you know, who wants this bill? Who asked for it? So where is this coming from? Is it
your hospitals?
So hospitals has requested it, and hospitals.
It saves them about $200 million a year.
And what hospitals is that? Is it?
All of your hospitals are on the 340B. All of your hospitals, and I thought I read this. Your federal health clinics, health centers, the Ryan White AIDS program, family planning and sexually transmitted disease clinics, critical access hospitals, rural referred centers, children's hospitals, cancer hospitals, and any hospital that has a dish.
And yeah, and I understand all of those hospitals receive the 340.
That's correct.
But as far as this specific cutout that we're doing in this legislation, have you received any? You think you can get me the names of those hospitals?
I will ask the Hospital Association to get it to you.
Thank you, lady.
I hope they're listening.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Well, lady, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Lady, I refer you to lines beginning in 194 through 205. Tell me what in the world this has to do with discount medication.
That's a really good question. One second. So the attorney tells me that it's here to conform with, it says violating of any provision of section 1 through 6 of this act, but it's just put in there to confirm current law. I think it's I don't know how it got in there either.
How in the world automobile insurance got anything with 340B drugs?
It's an excellent question, and one of the attorneys put it in there, and conform something, and I have no idea.
Well,
I'm going to be honest with
I
you.
respect the attorneys, but something wrong there. Somebody got.
You may be right. I sure don't want to lose over $200 million for our hospitals.
Yeah, but I'm not through yet.
Okay, I'm ready.
Follow me again. What does section 75-24-8, what in the world that has to do with 340B drugs?
Section 7.5.
Look at on line 206.
I say it violating the provision of sections 75-24-8.
But the code section involved in this is 75-24-5. Now, what in the world does 75-24-8, what in the world that has to do with this 340 drug?
I'm with you. I have no idea, other than the lawyer says they put it in there to conform.
All right, let's go to line 207. Same question. What in the world does this section have to do with
She says it's conforming to current law.
okay, let me just ask you again. What does in line 7, what does that have to do? Do you know what 73-3-38, what that's all about?
Okay, this is current law. You have to conform it because you provided provisions here in section 5. This is where you are, section 5. Section 5, the commission of is considered a violation. So you have to go in to make sure you conform violations because
You have to conform with the consumer protection statute, and that is why all of this is put in there.
Oh, we're stretching it so in
Well,
this bill, aren't we?
gentlemen, vote no, you know.
Mr. Speaker, at the proper time, I have a point of order on this.
Bring it forward in writing, gentlemen. We'll lay the bill aside and move on while we receive the gentleman's point of order. Go do it now. All right, we're going to set that bill aside and get some other work done while they're looking at it. I'm going to recognize the chairman of Ways and Means if there's no objection. He had an item on the Ways and Means calendar he wanted to go back. Is there objection? Gentleman from Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item 4 on the Ways and Means calendar, it's House Bill 1060. That bill has already been read the third time, so I would ask that we call it up for purposes of an amendment.
You're recognized, gentlemen. You want to explain your amendment?
Yes. This bill, the bill deals with public contracts and increases the amount, the threshold amount in public contracts. The amendment, however, would deal with liability insurance and just clarifies that in a public contract, when a sub of a general is not insured, that the general is liable for that sub. So the current law requires the general contractor to have a minimum of $1 million insurance, And this would just state that if they hire a sub who does not have that insurance, then the general would step in their place for liability purposes. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the gentleman's amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 1060. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
And move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. Ways and Means yields.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce, as today is Jackson Young Lawyers Day at the Capitol. In our North Gallery, we have our Young Lawyers Division President, Ms. Kai Handy. We have the President of Jackson Young Lawyers, Brianna Bailey. And we also have our board members, Carmen Keaton, Kyle Williams, Christina Nunez, Kaylin Foster, Sarah Cotton, and Gregory Austin. I want to thank them for joining us today.
Welcome. All right, we're going to return to item 2 on the general calendar. I recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, after conferring with legal counsel, I will draw my point of order to this
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. All right, we're back to any further questions on the bill. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What you got?
Yes, sir.
General Lady Yield.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions for you.
All right.
How many states have enacted this program?
22.
Are some of them in litigation about this program now?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's my understanding that Arkansas and Louisiana both are in litigation right now about this particular program. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. General Lady, does your hospital have a pharmacy in it?
It does.
Is it participating in the 340B program now?
It does.
Okay. And have they had any problems with it?
Well, it hadn't been open for about a month, so probably not yet.
Are you aware that most of the people, well, all the people, in order to qualify to use the 340B program, have to be either on Medicare, Medicaid, or both?
They can be uninsured as well, gentlemen.
Say again, I couldn't hear you.
They can be uninsured as well.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear that this program was established by the federal government for those who qualify for Medicaid and Medicare.
And uninsured or underinsured.
Does that conclude your questioning, gentlemen? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Lady Yield.
Yes, sir. I don't know where you are.
I came at the end of your questions. Did you explain to the body how exactly are the hospitals going to save $200 million?
Explain what? I'm sorry.
How exactly are the hospitals going to save $200 million?
Because they're paying less for the drug.
Okay. And explain that to me.
Well, if you're a member of the 340B program, then like I took the hepatitis B medicine, if it was $7,000, then you would get it for 90% off, whatever the percentage off for the 340B program is. You would be able to get it for less, so you can sell it to the 340B patient for less money, and they're able to take these life-saving drugs.
Okay, now you're the lady from Lincoln.
Lincoln. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
the hospital there is, the name of that hospital?
King's Daughters Medical Center.
Right, okay, that's a good hospital. I'm
Yes, sir.
familiar with King's Daughter. Now, let me ask you this question. How long has your hospital been qualified for the program?
Since 1992.
Since 92?
Yes, sir.
You all been working with that federal statute since 1992? You all qualified under that statute?
Most hospitals in the state have.
Most hospitals in the
When it became
state?
available, the hospitals were able to get on this program.
Okay, your bill talks about other affiliates. Could you explain that dynamic to me?
Other what?
Affiliates. It's in your bill. Other affiliates. I don't know exactly what line it is.
Hospitals, critical care hospitals, community hospitals, rural referral centers, children's hospitals, cancer hospitals, hospitals that participate in the DISH program, federally qualified health centers, Ryan White HIV/AIDS programs, family planning and sexual transmitted disease clinics.
Okay, I understand your desire. I understand your support of the bill. But my biggest problem with this bill is that I don't see any safeguards in this bill that will prevent hospitals from doing what they are not supposed to be doing once they save the money, once they buy the drugs for a lower price.
They're audited every year.
Okay, is that in the bill?
That's in the federal bill.
It's in the federal statute.
Right.
All right, so so if the federal statute requires that already, why are we in the state dealing, codifying? Why are we doing that? Can you hear me, ma'am? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, because it's a lot of noise back there. But so what's the purpose of the state?
Let's have order. They're indicating they cannot hear.
Thank you, John.
Please, let's have order.
Thank you.
Go
ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
The purpose of this bill is because in 1992, there was no such thing as a PBM. And a PBM was brought to life by pharmaceutical companies wanting a middleman. So now it goes from the manufacturer through a PBM, and they make money. Then it gets to the pharmacy, they make money. Everybody makes money. We're trying to streamline this to the patient, so the patient actually gets the medication at a better price, at the price that they were promised.
I got you. But other than the federal audits, does your state bill do anything to protect who the intended beneficiaries of the federal bill, meaning people that qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, people that cannot afford cancer? Just for an example, my mother had cancer. Her medications were out the wazoo. She didn't qualify for this program. She wouldn't have qualified. Okay. Now, if the hospitals, if the hospitals purchase the medicine at a lower price, what's stopping them from selling it at the same price they would sell to my mother?
Well, your mother should have been a 340B patient if she had Medicare. I don't know how old she was.
No, she did not. No.
Okay. Did she have Medicaid?
No.
Did she have insurance?
She had insurance.
Okay. So she still would have qualified for the 340B.
What I'm trying to ask you is, what's preventing the hospitals from selling the medications that they buy at a discounted price, selling it to another selling it for a higher price? What's preventing them from doing that? Is there anything in your bill that prevents them from doing that?
Well, gentlemen, we are trying to bring light to it in the state, but again, the federal audit, if you get caught cheating in the 340B program, you will lose the ability to be a part of that program.
Through the federal audit?
That's correct.
All right, but what does the state bill, what is your bill? Does your bill do anything to protect any discrepancies? Does your bill do anything to protect from that?
The state cannot put any more restrictions on the program because it is a federal program. We're just trying to bring it to light that we're looking and we are going to follow the rules, and the patient who we're most concerned about and is going to get that medication, and these are life-saving medications. I don't really know why we're arguing about this.
I believe your heart is in the right place, lady. I sincerely do. But my question is, you know, other than us wanting to do the right thing, we had to have the right legislation in place. Why, if there is a federal bill, do we even need this bill? Why do we even need it? I mean, and I'm saying, I know you're trying to help, but we're here to talk about the legislation and the need or no need for it. Why do we even need this bill?
We need this bill to let people know you can't come to Mississippi and mess with our 340B program.
So now Mississippi is protecting federal program, federal programs.
However you want to think about it, Jim. However you want to think about it.
You can't feed children. We can't feed children lunches, and we can't help people with rent. We can't take federal money for rent. But in this situation, we can. We can mess with federal programs. Y'all got some?
No.
Got any more questions?
I'm not going to do that. Okay. I'm sorry. Somebody was talking to me and I didn't hear.
Yeah, I know the gentleman from Adams is very rude. He just interrupted our question.
Did I answer your question?
Well, yeah, you answered my question, lady. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
For yielding.
Recognize the gentleman from Adams for his amendment.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're trying to get to the same place, but I think there's some problems with the bill. You know, far be it from me to find a reason to agree with Alec, but I think they bring up some interesting points and some very critical points. For instance, we continue to talk about PBMs. What this bill does is actually gives PBMs more license. Alec actually is trying to stop PBMs from taking advantage of the 340B program and abusing it. So all my amendment does is offer a reverse repealer so we can continue to work with the committee, the chair lady, and if we can't, we're done. But we at least want to have some time to work with this bill as it goes through the process. That's all my amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any questions on the amendment.
I move passage.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson. I'm sorry.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I would like to know what's causing the hospitals to lose the money, the $200 million that has been talked about. What causes that? Is that the 340B program or the passage of this bill?
No. When the lady, I can't tell you exactly what she was referring to, but when she said hospitals losing money, hospitals probably make money, like $200 million extra on this program, because they're taking advantage in their pharmacy. Okay. They're eligible for the 340B discount. They take the discount. Instead of selling the drug that's $1,000 drug for $50, they sell it for $1,000. And so that's profit for them. They even admit that they do that, but they say the federal, they allege that the federal law allows them to do that. There's been a lawsuit in Arkansas where the appeals court says the federal law doesn't necessarily allow them to do it, but the federal law is silent on it. And so if the state passes a law to give them license to do it, the court said until the federal law says is not silent on it, we need to do something about it. So that the money that the $200 million, I don't know how much money the hospitals make on it, but even they admit they make money by getting a discounted drug and selling it for a higher price. That's not what the program was designed for. And so that's the money what we're trying to do is bring it back into correction, where the money is not for hospitals or pharmacies or anybody to make extra money. It's to make sure that people who can otherwise not afford it take advantage of this program. And what's been happening nationally, look, Mississippi hospitals you have 37% less than any other hospitals in charitable care. That's what this is for. They are $1.7 million more in non-charitable care than they are in charitable care. This was designed to make sure that they cover the charitable care, and that's not what's happening. And so all I want to do is make sure. The lady kept talking about PBMs. We're on the same side on PBMs. I don't want to see pharmacy managers make money on a discount program by inflating a drug price that was actually a charitable drug. So we just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So it's the 340B program that is saving the hospital money, not the passage of this bill.
Yeah, that's correct.
Because I have a constituent who has some lung problems, and his medicine costs him like $33,000 a month. And he tells me it's the 340B program that permits him to purchase this drug, because certainly this medication is not affordable without some type of federal intervention. And what is happening, you're saying, is that the cost savings is about the program, the federal program, not the passage of this legislation.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I read it.
Thank you, sir.
But all I'm asking is to put a reverse repeal on it. I've talked to the chair lady to say that, look, give us a few days, whatever time it takes to work on this. If we can't clear up our differences or our misunderstandings, then we will, we'll let it go. We just want to make sure the people who should be getting the money in the program are getting the money. I move for passage of the amendment.
You yield for further questions on the amendment? You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner. He passes. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So, gentlemen, would you not agree, really, what has exacerbated the problem with the 340B program is these pharmacy benefit managers?
That's exactly what it is.
And the lady from Lincoln and I and you have always said that these so-called managed care programs have not done anything but hoodwink, bamboozle, and game the system, right?
Well, absolutely.
And so what you're trying to do is to say, put this reverse repealer in to give us time so that the lady from Lincoln, and I know when she sees all this information,
I agree with the lady from Lincoln.
She's going to be the first one, because that lady and I, we want to get rid of
Gentleman's
these.
time has expired on his amendment. The question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. The noes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 83 yeas, 31 nays, the bill passes. Judd A. He passes. Insurance passes. Judd B. We're down to item 5, gentlemen. After this, I forgot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we've had the bill read for the third time.
Yes, sir.
House Bill 1455 is the Work Initiative Program Bill. This will increase the number of inmates we allow in the Work Initiative Program. That is the simplest explanation of this bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill?
There's also a reverse repealer in the bill as it moves forward.
Got a question? Don't see any question.
Move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, just in an abundance of caution, had we adopted the committee sub before?
We did not. Did we adopt the committee sub the other day?
I didn't remember, and I see it still noted on my...
I think we need to adopt it.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
If you would, turn your attention to the North Gallery. I'd like to recognize the mock trial team from the Northwest Rankin High School. Would you guys and girls please stand and let us make you welcome?
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Introduction.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your attention to the south wall, we have the doctor of today, Dr. Carlos Latorre. He's practiced family medicine. His clinic is Mission Primary Care in Vicksburg. So on behalf of myself, Representative Ford, Representative Harness, please make him welcome. Thank you.
Welcome, Doc. Thank you for being here with us. All right, gentleman from Pearl River, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1323 comes to us by way of the gentleman from Hancock, Representative McKnight. This bill will remove the statute of limitations, the criminal statute of limitations for the crime of felonious abuse of a vulnerable person. That is the explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move for final passage.
I'm sorry, gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young. It's good to see that button light up, gentlemen. Good to see you here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, would you yield for a question?
Of course.
Okay, what is the current statute of limitations?
I believe it's the general statute of limitations of 5 years.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, don't see any further questions. He's moved final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 128, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
House Bill 1441.
I believe you got a committee sub on that one, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I actually have an amendment.
All right, you're going to explain your amendment?
I'll explain the amendment, Mr. Speaker. The committee sub is, we're changing the committee sub in its entirety for this bill. What the bill will do once amended, it will simply raise the penalty for the existing crime of the commission of a felony while in possession of a firearm. If it's a violent felony, that increase will be up to 20 years from 10 years. Furthermore, we are changing the title, and it's going to remove that semi-automatic language. So there is no special provision for semi-automatic firearms, nothing along those lines. We're just raising the penalties for using a weapon during the commission of a felony. And that's an explanation of the bill. Excuse me, the amendment, and I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Mr. Speaker, I have an introduction out of order.
Sorry, we'll get right to you. All right, don't see any further individuals seeking recognition. The question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You move final passage?
If there are no questions, I move for final passage.
See no questions. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1208, right? House Bill 1208, I have a committee sub, but I move to adopt.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee sub on this bill it deals with our trespassing laws and makes it unlawful for any person to knowingly enter the lands of another without the permission of or without being accompanied by the landowner or the lessee of the land or the agent of such landowner or lessee. And it includes in situations, basically we're prohibiting people from being able to go unlawfully onto somebody's property to hunt and fish. We also establish certain penalties for going onto land. They're misdemeanor penalties with fines ranging from $500 to $1,500. Particularly important, it says it shall be unlawful for any person to go onto the land, a person being a human being, not an animal, not a human-animal hybrid. I know that's been going around here lately. Any person has nothing to do with anything but people. And that's an explanation of this committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I could be perhaps have left Mississippi for some time, but I thought we already have a hunting and fishing law on the books that prohibits most of this legislation that you're bringing forth. Am I wrong about that?
We do have a law on the books. One, it does not include fishing right now, and two, there are no penalties in the law. So we're putting a little bit of teeth in existing law.
Well, wouldn't that make it eligible for an amendment, perhaps?
Eligible for what?
I said, wouldn't that make it eligible for an amendment because since we already have it on the book?
We are adding penalties to it, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, you have a question on the bill? You're recognized.
Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
What about someone who was pursuing their hunting dog that had gone astray and gone onto a property? Legitimate question. And also, why is this necessary above and beyond what we already have for trespassing?
Gentlemen, that's a good question. Number one, we have the word person in there. So that clarifies we're not worried about dogs trespassing. And two, it just says trespassing to hunt, fish, shoot, or trap on the lands of another. I don't believe that chasing your dog onto the land would qualify under this statute. Now, if you are hunting on that person's land with your dogs, yeah, one, you probably shouldn't be doing that, and two, it does violate the statute.
Okay, but it could be said that someone who is pursuing their dog might be construed as hunting with their dog if they were found with the dog.
And that is something that an officer might try and charge someone with, but it's up to the defendant, I guess, to prove otherwise. They have the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they're committing the offense before they can convict them.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in this bill that would give immunity to the gentleman from Clark?
Well, I hope not.
We can't see him today anyway, gentlemen. I've been wondering how he's been voting because I couldn't see anybody in that seat. And then it came to me. That's his silent protest of being here during turkey season, I think. Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Does gentleman yield?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, are you aware that we have a member of this body that recently had to go to court on having somebody trespass on his land?
I was not aware of that.
Would you be amenable to an amendment that I could name this piece of legislation after this member of this body?
I mean, sure, but I think we're all ready to go home. So whatever you want to do.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I might have missed it, but what are the penalties for this new legislation on the books?
Okay, so first offense is a fine of not less than $500 nor more than $1,000. Second or subsequent offense within 5 years of the last offense, not less than $1,000 or more than $1,500. We also have in here that if you continue committing the offenses, you have to forfeit your hunting privileges for a year, and you have to pay a reinstatement fee to get your hunting privileges back if you are continuously violating the section. Any animal, bird, fish, or parts taken in violation of this section also have to be forfeited and disposed by the Department of Wildlife. And that is it.
Any jail time in this bill?
No jail time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wait a minute.
I don't see jail time. Show what line, sir? Oh, line, that's current law, gentlemen. Yeah, it was just brought forward and not amended.
What is it? And
current law is any person who knowingly enters the land of another without the permission without permission of the owner or landsee, so that's just the general trespassing statute. Upon conviction, they have 10 to 30 days in jail on the first offense. Well, that is the current misdemeanor trespassing law. This is not the hunting-specific trespassing law.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. He passes. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you a question. Do you know what the limit is on catching fish?
I don't.
Okay. So if I'm picked up for trespassing on somebody's property and I caught me 10 fish to eat and they catch me, I'm charged $250 per fish.
I don't believe it's $250 per fish, sir.
So
hold on, I'm looking. Yep, you're right, $250 per fish.
So it's $250 per fish. So if I'm riding down the highway or riding my bicycle down the highway and I'm a vagrant and I'm hungry and I go on somebody's property because I see a pond or a stream, I catch 10 fish, so I'm gonna eat for a couple of days off of them 10 little fish, but Billy the game warden come by and catch me. He can citate me for $250 for them 10 little fish.
He can cite you for it.
Right.
I don't know what citate is.
Yeah, you know, it's the same thing. Same thing.
Yes, gentlemen, he can.
So, don't you think it's a bit excessive, $250 a fish? We talking about brim and crappie and maybe bass about the size of the palm of a hand.
Gentlemen, the purpose of the bill is to keep people from trespassing onto people's property.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a couple of questions. One is relating to the current trespassing laws. As I understand it, if you're on a person's, or if you're on a piece of parcel of property that you do not own, then even though it's not posted, you would be trespassing on that property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so now in this new language, which originally included hunt, so you've added the word fish. So now we can no longer fish on someone else's property.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then, but you delete the language that says, or otherwise trespass. So is this going to affect our laws now that are in place that causes you to be a trespasser if you don't have permission to enter on someone's property?
No, sir. Section 971793, which is the general trespassing language, that remains in effect with no changes, and a prosecutor can opt to prosecute somebody pursuant to that code section.
Very good. So we're still covered with that. Now,
Yes,
one other
sir.
question. You say without permission. Should that say written permission? Without permission, how do you prove whether or not you have permission?
Well, that's something they'll have to do in court as far as whether or not permission is received, but we're taking the language from the current trespassing statute and putting that in there. So the current trespassing statute does not have written permission in it, and we didn't want to address, adding additional elements.
So I can no longer fish in my neighbor's pond.
Without his permission.
Without permission.
Without his
Thank you.
permission.
All right, don't see any further questions. You move final passage. Got an amendment? I'm sorry. Gentleman from Lauderdale's got an amendment. It's that kind of day, gentlemen. You're recognized, gentlemen. Give Madam Clerk a copy. Let her make a copy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment. Basically,
You're recognized to explain your amendment.
I have an amendment. I thought we took care of this in committee, but we're going to amend lines 41, 42, capping the total at $250, not per animal, a cap of $250. And that's...
Questions on the gentleman's amendment? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Gentlemen, would you hear?
Yes, sir.
Just as you have, I have a couple of ponds also. So now what happens if somebody goes over there and shocks the pond to get all of the fish out of the pond? Are we capping it at $250 then?
Well, let's hope that don't happen, sir.
Okay. Gentlemen, I have a problem with the amendment with the cap, with them having the ability to do more damage than good there.
Well, basically, this bill was just trying to stop the repeat offenders, but that's the explanation.
Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith, he passes. All right, don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1 to House Bill 1208, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Call them like I hear them, gentlemen. A little late on that. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move for final passage unamended.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 67 yeas, 43 nays, the bill passes. Anything further?
House Bill 1023, Mr. Speaker, the next item.
Yes, sir, 1023. You got a committee sub there?
I don't.
My calendar references a committee sub.
I move to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee sub will allow the fraud investigators at the Department of Human Services, the certified law enforcement officers, to have state vehicles. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
No, I'm going to do it.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 9 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
With unanimous consent, I'd like to skip to item 14 on the general calendar.
Is there objection? I don't hear any, gentlemen.
House Bill 1015, we have a committee sub, and I move to adopt.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1015, the committee sub, will give our commercial law enforcement transportation division at DPS the authority to use speed detection devices. That is a simple explanation of the bill. Those speed detection devices would be limited to commercial vehicles only, so they can make sure that they're keeping our roadways safe. That's an explanation of this bill. This comes to us at the request of the Department of Public Safety.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, would this allow them to run speed or radar traps in the county?
No, sir.
Say again?
No, sir.
Where would it be allowed to run it at?
State highways.
All right.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
What, other than the Highway Patrol, what other organizations are wanting to have radar?
Just the commercial transportation enforcement.
So you're talking about the folks that run behind trucks, 18-wheelers?
Correct.
Why would they need it?
Sometimes 18-wheeler speed.
So, well, I get that part. So are they targeting regular civilian vehicles?
Just commercial vehicles.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to expand radar, but we're still not going to let our sheriffs have radar. The chief local officer, law enforcement officer in our counties.
Lady, if we're going to start doing stuff like that, we need to wait till Chairman Horan is back, and we'll let him deal with it.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions.
With no further questions, I'd move for final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 87 yeas, 26 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would focus your attention to the South Gallery. I have 3 individuals from my district. I have the superintendent of West Tallahatchie School District, the board president, Marvin George, superintendent, Dr. Sherry Ellerton, and executive assistant, Kimberly Hill. Would you please make them feel welcome?
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Mr. Speaker, there's no objection. Can I go to the motion to reconsider calendar and table the item number 9, House Bill 1639, table that motion?
If there's no objection, do I hear objection? I don't hear any, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Item 9, your motion is to table.
Yes, sir.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Anyone seeking recognition with regards to the gentleman's motion to table on item 9, House Bill 1639? All right, I don't see any. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a big day for one of our colleagues in the House, and you see him standing up on the podium up here by the Speaker. Today is his 75th birthday. Y'all make him welcome.
My daughter told me last night that I was now officially old. Thank you all very much.
Very good. All right. Is the Vice Chairman of Judge B done with the calendar?
No, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I'm not.
This is your last one, gentlemen.
All right, I picked the one I want.
Where are we going?
The subject to call calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Do we have one? All right, is there objection to the gentleman going to the laid on the table subject to call? Don't hear any. Item 1, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 445.
All right, I see you've had it read the third time. You do have a committee sub.
Are we adopting? Yes, I'll adopt the committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill dealing with the suspension of a driver's license for unpaid fines. We are reinstating the ability to suspend driver's licenses in situations where an individual has not paid their fines. And I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker, at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
The amendment will clarify as to the timeline for the suspension. It would give the individuals up to a year to make an effort to pay towards the fines before the clerk may send a notice that they're not doing that. So you don't have to pay your fines off. You just have to make an effort to pay the fines within a year. After a year, the clerk can send the notice, and that's a year of no payment whatsoever. And that's an explanation of this bill, or excuse me, the amendment.
All right. I see several folks seeking recognition. Raise your hand if you've got a question on the amendment. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rose, he passes. Lady from Hines, you have a question on the amendment? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So Chairman, if my driver's license gets suspended, how am I going to go to work to pay off the fine?
That's a very valid question.
Was there any consideration for a conditional license so that they can still go to work?
The conditional license is not in the bill, no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else have a question on the amendment? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young, for a question.
Would the gentleman yield?
I need to clarify the amendment that I just explained. This is not the amendment I thought I was explaining. All right, the amendment actually does not suspend your driver's license. That was incorrect. The amendment, this amendment actually would just place a lien on your income tax returns. So there is no driver's license suspension. If you don't pay your fines, they send notice to the Department of Revenue, who now places a lien on your income tax returns. So no driver's license suspension, lady. Way worse.
All right.
Way
Does that finish your interrogation, gentlemen?
That's it.
Okay. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, are we advocating that it's all right to go out and create offenses and then not have to be reprimanded or pay for those offenses?
No, sir. We're trying to, basically what we have are our cities and counties. They're no longer collecting the monies for the fines that these people owe. So they're trying to get some mechanism to collect on what's owed to the counties, owed due to those offenses, and this is the mechanism that they propose to do that.
Okay, well, gentlemen, if we issue a fine and if we don't collect on that fine, and if that fine goes for an extended period of time, how are we making an effort to collect?
With this amendment, the clerk will send a notice to the Department of Revenue, and the commissioner of the Department of Revenue will place a lien, which will be collected at any point that an individual who owes this money has a tax refund.
Well, gentlemen, I just don't understand violating the law and then not being punished.
Well, sometimes you don't go to jail, but they are being punished. They've been assessed the fine. They owe the fine. They're just not paying it. So this bill is a mechanism to get that money from them by putting the lien on the tax returns.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of amendment. You have a question on the amendment? You're recognized, gentlemen. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
At what point will the clerk send notice to DOR for this lien to be placed against the person?
Hold on, let me find it. "90 days after the clerk has noticed that they have not paid." So they'll be sent a notice upon failure to pay. So you have your time to pay it that you get in court. Upon not paying that, the clerk will send you a notice saying, hey, you need to pay this. After 90 days of still continuing not to pay, then they'll send it to the Department of Revenue.
So how long will the person have to pay? You say 90 days they will send the notice?
Yes, that's the current law. 90 days they'll send a notice, and then when the Department of Revenue gets it, they still wait another 90 days, and then they do it after 90 days of not
Thank
paying.
you, gentlemen.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. The noes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Well, now we're back to suspending driver's licenses. We're now back to suspending driver's licenses, so that's the explanation of the bill.
Gentleman's motion is to lay the bill on the table. All those in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You finally found the bottom, Mr. Vice Chair Judd B. I think that winds us up on Judd B for this half of the session. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing. He passes. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Friends and colleagues, if you would turn your attention over to the South Gallery, I have some very special guests who have come to join us. My good friend, advisor, and community advocate Rashid Davis. Is he in here yet? Okay. Rashid Davis is here, and his mother, Linda Davis, both residents of Madison County, and they are also with the Reentry Coalition. They just did a beautiful press conference. Please make them feel welcome in the People's House.
Welcome. All right, does that bring us to the end of our work day? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
Thank you for our introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, we have the Mississippi Reentry Coalition, a statewide network of justice-impacted people, service providers, and advocacy organizations working to build a stronger support system for citizens across the state. Help make them welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, at the proper time, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on the general calendar on item number 7, House Bill 1441, from yea to no.
So you want to change your vote?
Yes, sir.
You gonna wear a tie tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like a deal.
I got one on now.
That don't count, gentlemen. Is there objection to changing a gentleman's vote? A lot of controversy, gentlemen. Change his vote. Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 8 on the general calendar, House Bill 1208, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman and the vice chairman. All right. Any other members seeking recognition before we adjourn for the day? I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
That the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow. What else? 9 a.m.